Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy, hilly churl. Woo!
Finally, a seat with a view.
When the sun's out, bathe in sunlight. But when the moon's out, bathe in moonlight.
The khaenri'ah Brotherhood was sealed.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy, hilly churl.
Finally, a seat with a view.
Bang! And with that, the fate of the khaenri'ah Brotherhood was sealed.
One client, two clients, three clients.
Wow.
Testing, testing. Can you hear your beautiful voice?
Testing. Can you hear your beautiful voice?
Toodaloo.
With that, the fate of
I can, in fact, hear my beautiful voice.
Finally, a seat with a view.
What's up, Twitch? It's your Lord and Savior King D353 here. Another stream of Let's Play Genshin Impact. In the last stream, I did a hangout event, which is why I'm just vibing here at the tea house. I don't want to randomly drop off, though, so I'm gonna find somewhere to sit while I talk to you. Alright, so like I was saying, the last episode we were doing a we were doing a hangout event with Yun Jin. In this episode, I think it's time to have a little bit of fun, because 4.0 came out while I was on vacation. By the way, I was on vacation. How'd you guys like the videos that, weren't streams? Were they good? Did they entertain you? I hope they entertained you. If not, they were kind of a waste. There's a lot of fun shit to learn about, so let's get this show on the road. Do I have any free polls I can get? I want to do my polls first in case I can get some Fontainian characters. Nope. Alright. What's with the book? Why is that lit up? Domains? I have new domains? What new domains do I have? Oh, right. There would be new domains for these. Actually, no, that's not even what's lit up. What's lit up? The guide? Ah, because there's a new Archon quest. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Okay.
Once.
A new Battle Pass season. With new weapons added. And what do we have for events? Relic Records, creation of the Hydro Nation. Have to get something in Fontaine to unlock that.
Let the magic begin!
I never want the magic performances to end. If only the pigeon balloons and all the manner of strange objects could fly on my hat without ever stopping. That would be perfect. Well, I guess I have to click it. Okay. That would be the performance of magic. That would be a performance of magical power, not of magic tricks. I'll not take a sip of tea. Though, if you really want, I could continuously create pigeons and balloons for you. It's not that hard.
Let the magic begin! Let the magic begin!
That's her only line, I guess. And I just get her.
Let the magic begin!
And a meshing gear and a luminescent ball. Okay. Let's find out how she plays. Hi, hope your trip went well. It did, Pikatwig. Thank you. As per usual, these character demos will be our warm-up, so let's find out how our new cat girl plays. Lynette's elemental skill allows her to execute an Enigma Thrust, dealing animal damage. When the skill is held, Lynette will enter a high-speed, pilfering shadow state, and unleash her Enigma Thrust when the state ends. By using her elemental burst, Lynette will summon a Boggle Cat box that can taunt and attack nearby opponents. When the Boggle Cat box comes into contact with certain elements, it will change colors and fire vivid shots that deal damage from the corresponding element. Oh, she's doing the...
Rain outlines your fate. At the frying pan, by royal trip on up.
A 10-second cooldown, eh?
Witness the power of Gua. Over here. No, my sword. Rain outlines your fate. Oh, it's revealed by nice and spicy. Surprise! Cue the spotlight. Rain cutter.
Midnight war.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be doing well with this girl. Then again, I also, didn't really choose that team, so maybe it'll be better when I have a better idea of how I'm using her.
My perception has been heightened.
Sophisticated synergy.
When the sun...
Gimme. And the other ones that matter are you and the Alon. I'm so glad that she's a permanent event, because my laptop can't download next update. I lack the space for it. I've been keeping up with some info for this update, and there's a new mechanic for characters from Fontaine, plus how to that makes some necessary exploration. Yeah, I heard about that. The whole, light and dark aspect, basically. I know there's another name for it, but I can't remember that shit. So, yeah, I actually intend on temporarily building Lynette for that exact purpose. When Lily performs an aim shot, he can fire off a prop arrow at charge level 2 and consume HP to obtain prop surplus stacks. When a prop arrow hits, it summons a Grin Malkin hat that can taunt nearby enemies and deal damage. When it leaves the field, Luna's elemental skill consumes prop surplus attacks to deal AoE fire damage according to the number of stacks cleared and regenerate latest SP. If a Grin Malkin hat's on the field when his elemental skill is cast, the Grin Malkin hat will explode. After casting his elemental burst, Lenny will turn into a Grin Malkin cat and move around the battlefield, dealing damage to opponents nearby. When the duration ends, Lenny will summon a Grin Malkin hat. There's no element... Wow, he sounds really annoying to use. What?
Disappear! Here comes the finale!
Out of the frying pan, into the fire! You're toast!
Oh, Bennett wasn't down.
Step right up! Let's get this show on the road!
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to like his playstyle. He's never Power Archer announced on Amber's birthday, just like Yoimiya. Oh, he aims the same way Child does. Okay. And of course the Elan, because she gives primos. And that's what we live for, boyos. We live for primo gems. Primo gems and that booty. Alright, jokes aside, let's do this.
Get them!
Freeze!
Gotcha! Game's up! Mine's over!
Oh, so sorry.
Come a little closer.
Eat this!
Quietly now. Here comes the catch.
Cool it! Don't get frostbite.
Try not to enjoy this too much.
Lisa, you terrify me. Right, to get her on the menu for her to go away. Where are you? Okay, there we are. I hovered over you. Alright, so let's make our quote-unquote Fontaine team. Then I'll do the... Oh, right, I forgot! We have actual new screens for the teams. Let's see, what team do I want to replace? I guess we'll replace Team Klee. Okay, I don't know what Hydro character is currently. So, here's what we'll do. We'll keep Klee as the team leader. We're going to assume that the Hydro Traveler will be a healer.
Just
and put him in Barbara's spot. And we're going to put Lynette in this spot.
Time for afternoon tea.
To be a, assist character. One moment while I get more distracted than I have any right to be. That's it, just running in and pulling out a bomb. And it could be cuter. This is as basic as I thought it would be. Okay. Sassy cat. Being the coolest motherfucker in existence. I like Nahida's. I like Nahida's a lot. Hu Tao's cuter than she has any fucking right to be. You are just a fish. JoJo posing as she should. I'm glad they actually took the time to give you an animation, even though people can't even get you anymore. I feel like those fireworks would look way better if I had a background that was actually darker. I think Noelle has the most subdued animation on screen of everybody. Okay, that was actually kind of cool. Just lands. It's a bit too basic, don't you think? Wait, did she just cut herself in that... No, I think that she just has a mark on her side. Alright. Alright, so doing a little power-up. Dory's so lazy she can't even stand on her own entrance screen. Some simplistic shit from you. Yao being adorable. Yeah, it seems like a few things, Jinyan. I don't get why she has that fan, nor do I care. Okay, instantly one of my favorites. Not only is her entrance really unique and dynamic, but her assist in Goba does something. Fischl's assist doesn't exist. There is no Oz. Bull? What bull? Doesn't exist. What fucking assist? Actually, you are better, Kale, because your assist does come in with you. I like that. As does yours and yours. I like you guys. I like that you have your sidekicks with you. See, where's the Baron Bunny, Amber? How dare you? How dare you, madam? I regret to inform you guys I never got Kaya's second outfit. I kind of got distracted preparing for my vacation, so, Kaya looks like his regular self. Sad face. Of course, Bendis is him getting hit. I still hate that I have you. Please perish. Just teleports in. Dashes in. A very short dance of her spear. Pulls out that thing. That's honestly a good one. Wait, what? Okay, you just took a while to load in for some reason. Layla, you can't even be awake during our selection screen? Really? Hey, look at the weapon you don't use. Simple and menacing. I don't recall her ever having electric rose, so I'm not sure what the deal with that is. And her just summoning her shield. Alright, that's cool. So, yeah, I guess Traveler, Klee, her, and Diona. I guess that's gonna be the team. Oh, I forgot to actually make that team my proper team. Also, can I change the background, or is that just the background I'm stuck with? I guess this is the background I'm stuck with. Would have been cool to be able to change it, but I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, I need to give, Lynette a weapon and some artifacts. Well, first, let's read the description of her kit and stuff so we can decide what we want to do with her. What's your ability? Shows location of nearby recovery orbs on the minimap. The aquatic stamina and HP gained from touching orbs will be increased by 25%. I don't know what the f that means, but I guess I'll learn. 4 rapid strikes, yeah. Flicks her mantle and executes an Enigma Thrust, dealing ammo damage. When Enigma Thrust hits an opponent, it will restore to Let's HP based on her max HP. And in 4 seconds afterwards, she will lose a certain amount of HP per second. Based on whether you press or hold this ability, she will use the Enigma Thrust ability. Press will use Enigma Thrust. Now enter high speed pilfering. Wait, can I use her like the Yelan dash skill for faster speed in the overworld? You control a movement direction in the state, and you can end it prematurely by pressing the skill again. If Husky state lasts, Lynette will unleash her Enigma Thrust. There's an opponent with Shadow Sign applied to them nearby. Lynette will approach them in a flash before using Enigma Thrust. A maximum of 1 opponent can have Shadow Sign at any time. If the opponent gets too far away from Let, Shadow Sign will be cancelled. Osa. Specific intervals will at least a surge when she leaves an Enigma Thrust, dealing Osa allied Enigma damage. What? Animal damage, not Enigma damage. What's wrong with me? I don't know what that means. Archaeosia. Whatever. Guess it doesn't matter. Lynette raises her metal high, dealing animal damage using skillful sleight of hand to make a giant bugger cat box appear. Taunts nearby damage and deals those. When it comes to contact with something else, it will gain corresponding damage and deal damage on element intervals. Within 10 seconds of using Magic Triss, Astonishing Shift. That's my ult. When there are 1, 2, 3, or 4 elemental types in the party, all party members' attack will be increased by... Oh, it's actually a really good thing I made a variety party then. So she wants high HP, and probably wants the Veriscent Wind thing. So let's go Tenacity of the Millilift. I think the 2 of that gives HP. It does. I don't have enough tenacities of the Millilift, though. Okay, how about Verdance? You know what? You can just have his stuff. They're yours now. Enjoy. Sorry, Heizo. Sharing is caring. Okay, now we need a sword for her. Since she's revolving around swirl damage, an elemental mastery sword would be great. I don't think elemental mastery... Never mind. I was about to say I don't think elemental mastery swords exist, but apparently that creepy-ass umbrella does in fact have elemental mastery. So does the Iron Sting. After an attack its opponents, it will enter an instance of Cursed Parasol upon them. This opponent will be triggered every 50 seconds. The evade during Cursed Parasol's time. Immediately, a character wielding this weapon will deal 42% after Cursed. Okay. And Iron Sting. Dealing elemental damage increases all damage by 12% for 2 seconds. Ah. I'll just go with you because you have bigger stats currently, plus no one's using you. So we have a somewhat built Lynette. That is a Lynette, I guess. Please don't laugh at me for this build.
bombs. So heavy.
Alright, let's test her running speed. I want to see if I can use her dash thing like Yelan's. Not nearly as long as Yelan's, but it kind of does the same thing, I guess. And I guess she only starts losing HP if she hurts somebody, because I'm not losing HP right now. Oh, that reminds me. Traveler. Take back your sword from Chi-Chi. You'll also probably need a new kit, but we'll get you a new kit later. Oh, there are new players in the Cat's Tail. That's neat. Okay, let's read the chat while this is loading. The background's changed by where you are. Lisa was called the Purple Rose in various points, just a nickname. Alright? Saying the background's vary again, and her skill is basically free to play Yelan. Yeah, seems that way. Yelan's skill, but far less uptime. It's too bad, too. I like skills that let me move around quickly. That's why I'm trying to build Sayu. But now I have to take a break from Sayu, because Lynette's also Animo. God damn it, Lynette. Before I go there, actually, I want to check something. Oh, cool. I'll be right back. My OCD demands something of me. It's only Pikatwig watching, after all. Pikatwig's my biggest fan. He won't leave because I get slightly distracted by something. I hope. Oh, well, let's be real. If he does, I don't blame him in the slightest. Why is this thing always taking so long to load? Is my computer just on the fritz now?
Add
You know, I don't know why I thought you would help with my resin problems. You don't help with my resin problems at all. You do this. I don't even think there is a crafting table I can use in that area. I mean, there's obviously a crafting table in Sumeru. That requires going all the way to the Grand Bazaar, and quite frankly, I don't remember the path to the Grand Bazaar. I mean, that's a good point, that it's weird that they're both magicians but neither uses tomes. But at the same time, is it really fair to say that tomes are the only magic in the world? I mean, we're still pulling magical bullshit, even with our swords and great axes and stuff. So, personally, I don't find that weird. Hell, Klee's a fucking tome user. That's not a tome! That's a fucking bomb! Anyway, you. There. Much better. Even though I don't come on daily anymore, I still hate seeing my resin maxed out. Also, I apparently need some crystal flies. Fuck it, I wasted time already. Might as well do my gardening. Okay, now I'm just being a dick. Alright, you said that the area, what the team screen looks like changed based on where you are, alright? I heard that the Serena Teapot had the best background. And they are right. The Serena Teapot has the best background. I fucking love this. It's too bad it's based on where you are and not what you set, because I would happily and immediately set it to just be the Serena Teapot at all times. But since my happiness can be damned, I guess. I don't know why I'm buying flowers before I even know what flowers I need. Okay, we need to buy more water stuff. Yeah, I figured we wouldn't need anything from here. I have like a lot of stuff for the brown areas. Okay, just water stuff needed.
This realm is...
Silence, tub. I've made a horrible mistake. I could have immediately started growing some of her needed thing. But since I'm a moron, I guess we'll just work on that later.
If you ever...
Oh wait, no, actually,
This realm...
I can cancel some plantings, so one sec. Let's grab those seeds, actually. Because the sooner we can get on planting the plants they need, the better. I'm pretty sure it was these two that they needed.
If you ever...
Actually, I also need the Xing for Shenhe, so... You know what? I'll leave them alone for now, and I'll put them in later. That's what we'll do. Also, that reminds me, since they do use plants to level up, I should get a seed dispensary out so that... Oh. Fine, I'll use it out in Sumeru to teleport back to the actual quest area anyway. We're freezing, we're freezing. Okay, we're back. I do have something cool to mention. I did my first job interview a few days ago and I actually got the job. Oh, nice job, pikatwig. I'm proud of you. You know what? I'm so proud of you that as a reward for getting your job, I'm going to give you the right to alter my team as you wish. If there's any alterations you want to my current team, tell me and I'll make it happen. I know that's not a perfect way to reward you, but it's something. So there's my current team. Klee, Aphra, Lynette, Diona. If you want any changes made to it, let me know and I'll do them. For now, though, I'm gonna do this paramedic transformer. Okay, I should have a lot of something. Well, I have a lot of meat. That's not what I want to do. Where's, like, the apples and stuff? Oh, there we go. Oh, you guys aren't the things I have an absurd amount of. What's the thing that I had, like, 1,000 of? Ah, carrots. That's what it was. And sweet flowers, apparently. We'll go with carrots, though. Oh, that didn't light on fire. That's too bad. Looking good. Am I altering my team at all? I am not. Okay.
The first time we came here.
Electro Traveler, Ganyu, Barbara, and Toma. Okay. That's gonna be a really bad one to explore with, but I guess I'll end the video off with like a boss fight as that team. That's what I'll do. So at the end of the stream, I'll do a boss fight with that team you chose. In fact, let me just screenshot this right now. Alright. That's screenshotted, so yeah. I'll be sure to use that team for the end of this.
Oh, Paimon remembers. Nahita's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind to help her.
Good memory, Paimon.
So much time has already passed since then, and it seems Sumeru's changing for the better now that Nahita's in charge, right? Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time, and then Nahita won't have any more new problems to deal with.
Yes, but as long as we're around, it's hard to say what will happen.
Yeah, guess you're right. We somehow always find ourselves right in the thick of it. Who knows what will happen next? Come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble.
I was just thinking that you might be the problem, Paimon.
Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tired, Paimon got caught in some strange whirlpool and sucked out into sea. And even then, you fished Paimon out. Anyway, for Nahita's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
Next stop, Fontaine.
Ah, look who it is. Running into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
Hiya, Daya.
Oh, it's Dia! Since when are we just wandering around?
Slight
We're usually
Paimon
taking care of
background
some serious
details.
business, even though it may have nothing to do with our journey. But never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about anyway?
We're planning to leave Sumeru and head to Fontaine.
Huh? You serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place. Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking about it.
Cry.
Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
I meant we heard a bit of Paimon before she met the Traveler. Oh, I guess I wasn't paying enough attention.
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much. But don't worry, we'll come back to see everyone when we get a chance.
Yeah, for some reason, despite looking for Lumine, we seem to spend time with our friends a lot.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure it won't be anything you can't handle. So, when are you leaving?
We'll leave as soon as we're finished a few more preparations. Journey should be spontaneous.
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet. Now, where's that list Paimon made?
Paimon, my sister is more important than your stomach. Bye, sketchy person.
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going-away party or anything. It's sad enough to see you go like this.
I'll take a party.
Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
I'm still surprised we didn't end up being forced to be the Grand Sage since we were in the first stages of war.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahida?
In her case, she'll know from our dreams anyway.
Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
I'm going to laugh if Nahida appears and be like hell there isn't!
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler in Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
Bye, Dia.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
After settling matters in Sumeru, you approach the border with Fontaine. I'd like to approach the end of this loading screen, please. My current working best guess in Paimon's origins is that she's from khaenri'ah, and she got dramatically altered. Maybe. We need to compare Paimon's flying sounds to Nahida's running sounds. I thought we were next to a teleportation waypoint. We are. But it's not on the map. Yes, it is. I'm just on top of it. Ignore me. I'm dense. Look at all those ships beneath us. Would anything interesting happen if we landed on a ship? I shouldn't risk it. Let's just try to reach over there. I think we have enough stamina to do it. And if we don't, we're all gonna die. Oh, I just realized I never gave Lynette a proper wind glider. Like hell, I'm using that ugly-ass basic bitch one. Oh god, I never finished my reputation in there. Whatever. Your colors are white, black, and green. I'll go with the music wings. Which Traveler also has. Are we gonna make it? Or am I about to die because I'm an impatient bastard? I'm gonna risk it! I'm gonna risk it! Come on! Come on! We can do this! We cannot do this! No! Alright, let's do this the smart way. Hello, yes, Ayaka, I need your rich girl resources. Ow! Alright, let's do this the right way. Wait, there was a wave rider? God damn it. What are you?
So rude. My apologies. I'm a rock. Step on up.
I guess we can't really do anything with these turtles. Dude, I feel so stupid, man. I didn't realize the Wave Rider waypoint was right here. I died for nothing. Clee, get back here. No, you can't. You're worthless. Okay, I'm sorry, Clee. That's not true. You're not worthless. I was just a little angry. I'm sorry. Why'd I do that? No, get back in. How do I dash again? That's how. Isn't this much better than flying to my death? I'm a fucking moron. Wait! Don't think I didn't notice that! No one to talk to up here. Alright, now that I've gotten my... Let me out? Okay, thank you. Now that I've gotten my oculi...
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it! Oh, this must be Fontaine's port! Wow! Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine! Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines!
So I heard, and it's about what I expected.
Just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do. What do you think?
Let's start by meeting the Hydro Archon.
Yeah, Nahida gave us loads of useful information. Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point.
Our journey is to find my sister, and also to find the truth.
Yeah, the more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get along? Nahida said that she has a very unique personality, whatever that means.
So from what I've gathered so far from spoilers, the Hydro Archon is a brat. Also, the Genshin community is very horny for her. But what character is the Genshin community not horny for?
There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
Excuse me. Can I help you two? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you seem to be really busy talking about some kind of play, so we didn't want to interrupt.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Really? Like, a real trial? But the way you were talking about it and the words you used just now made it sound like some kind of story.
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives. Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough.
How long are you willing to bet it'll take before we anger the military of this region? From the little bit I've heard, we're going to do it immediately. I don't think we're going to be on good terms with the Hydro Archon. Like, at all.
Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
So they see trials as a type of opera?
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very serious thing.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette, as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
A judgment device created by the Archon. So this is the nation of justice.
Oratrice? Is it some kind of machine too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance. Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
That really is not something you should be casually asking people.
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Honestly, I'm surprised she even does that. Time slots?
Huh. Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff? Wait, didn't you say that she's always at the Opera House?
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before. Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our mascot.
Ah, you have a Paimon too.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Neuvillette.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
Seems the people of Fontaine really like the Hydro Archon, but they don't appear to revere her.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House. But who knows how long making an appointment will take? Guess we could have a look around the city in the meantime. Hey! What are you looking over there for?
There's a girl over there. She's been standing alone for quite some time.
Huh. Maybe something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she?
It's not even that high of a jump.
Maybe we better go check on her.
Prelude of Blancher and Shore. Let's check on her with her. Hi, me. How you doing? Oh, I'm stirring up a cup of tea. I think the second one was the best one of those. Anyway.
Hello there. Excuse me. Are you alright?
Huh? I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried about something.
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there.
How the f did you get up there as kids?
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
Maybe they're mermaids, or a fantastical race from Fontaine.
No people call the waters around Fontaine a sea. It's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water. And though I can still see that hill clearly in my memories, now it's been completely submerged. He would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea. But now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories.
Well, that's depressing.
It won't be long before it swallows us.
Sorry. Paimon doesn't really get what you mean.
Wait, does she have a braid in her hair? And a ponytail? I fucking hate that! Why would you braid your hair just to incorporate that braid to a ponytail? This angers me irrationally.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Oh wait, we have words here. In English, the title of the chapter means Preludes of Whiteness and Blackness.
Oh, and you are?
We don't even know who Lynette is.
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine. We were just
Sup?
talking with your sister. Even though we didn't really get what she was saying.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason.
Yeah, it's almost like the game's too lazy to fucking pay me. There's hardly anything left for you to say with you around, Paimon. Because you always steal my lines.
So that's how you think it is?
Yes!
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
You want to trade?
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your memories? And that it won't be long before it engulfs you too?
I did take French, so I can try to provide translations. I'm a little rusty, but I can try. I appreciate pikatwig, thank you.
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for some time now. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now.
Oh, what's happening in Fontaine?
Where to begin? Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler.
Hi. Hello, Linny. It's a pleasure to meet you.
And hello, Paimon.
Can she even shake a hand?
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
Oh, all right then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here. Please, follow me.
Wait, is he wearing thigh highs? Oh god, he's a twink! Here I find just wanted his sister's pants, but nope. Maybe I wanted his pants too. I'll need to think about it. Are those actually thigh highs? Those are actually thigh highs. Dear God.
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
Legs! I mean, oh. How intimidating.
So, she's the Archon? But how did she know we were looking for her?
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu.
No, thank you. Why isn't Sumer Academia member there?
Two unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and his companion, who have journeyed here from distant lands.
I do not like your eyelashes, ma'am. I do like the NPC looks of this land, though. They're still the generic NPCs, but their colors are really nice.
Is she talking about us?
I think so. Nobody here seems to be holding a glass.
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you've left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless.
Oh,
No.
God.
I have come to receive you personally.
I hate your eyelashes and your eyes. Fuck!
Fear is for insignificant cowards.
I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured. I see clearly your sincerity.
She's taller than I thought she would be. Agreed, but she is at least teen height. Also, dear God, I hate how asymmetrical her eyes are. I despise them. Okay, at least they're the same pattern with different colors. I thought they were completely different patterns. I hate her eyes a bit less. I still hate her eyelashes.
Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the correct banner.
She feels like Fischl, but more full of herself.
I, Focalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro, and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip. Now, you may rejoice in this.
Yay? Well, finding the Archon was easy enough.
Yeah, Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes.
We have!
But the Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? A little over the top? Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities.
Now I'm just imagining what would happen if the Traveler started out here. Wonder what the reception would have been like. Good question.
You had best stop and consider.
I do not have an answer.
Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
In other words, this little bitch nugget here told you about us. Got it.
Whoa, talk about sounding high and mighty.
Feels like she can't get over herself.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough? What else should I say then?
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. What a surprise! Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Farina came here to personally see him. Oh, I bet this is going to be the duel of the century.
What? No!
Ooh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus.
I just realized her hat has a little crown design over it as well.
You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
Wait, now we have to fight her? What?
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Bring it on! It's not much of a duel if your guards fight me instead.
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
So?
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
She challenged me!
Stand down, Clorend. I admire his bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. He is obviously a true warrior. Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel people will not slake their thirst for excitement.
In other words, you're afraid I'll kick your ass.
Oh, yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
Oh my fucking god, you're sheep.
On Arrhenius, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. I'm getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
How are you all so easily swayed?
You see. Then, as the god of justice, I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel. A duel in court!
What? I'm losing brain cells listening to this woman.
All right! Now that'll be worth seeing!
Something about her head kind of reminds me of Weiss, and honestly, a bit of her dialogue is sounding like Volume 1 Weiss. I consider this woman far more intolerable than Volume 1 Weiss, personally.
Right. This is Fontaine, after all. Such a grand opera house, it would be a pity not to use it.
I mean, shit, at least Volume 1 Weiss would fight you if you challenged her to a fight. This Archon's full of herself and a coward.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house. Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
And we haven't committed any crimes. We literally just got here.
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial. It's obvious, isn't it?
Obvious?
According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month. You are clearly guilty of violating this law, no?
Okay, 1, that law is fucking stupid. And 2, so I'm being arrested for having a Paimon. Fuck this game.
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's our Lady Farina. No one knows the laws of Fontaine like she does.
Probably because she's making them up.
You call that obvious? What kind of law is that? Wait, flying object? You mean Paimon?
Precisely! Now, if you two have no objections, then, in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
This is bullshit.
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun. But if you would allow me to interject, I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
You tell her, Linny! Finally someone who's not crazy. How could anyone call Paimon a flying object?
I literally call you emergency food. So we got both a welcoming party and made the government angry us in the span of, what, 10 minutes in the universe? Exactly like I said, I knew this shit would happen immediately.
Great magician Linny, my beloved citizen. I'll permit you to object, but how exactly do you plan to prove your claim?
Paimon Zengi!
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
Hello, Fire Vision. I have fire now. And I'm linked to Paimon. Okay.
Ta-da!
That's kind of cute. So what happened?
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did you do that?
Ah, when Lily patted you on the back. So he saw this coming. Linny, I like you already.
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the Traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Oh my god, this man is the best! I mean, Paimon's still not a fucking object, but this man is the best.
Huh? You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
I thought it was pretty good. Nice one.
Huh. I'm not sure what to think. It seems Lady Farina's charges no longer hold water.
You're all so nuts.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called complete.
Performance? You see all this as a performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charges against an innocent person. But when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands.
This woman's a psychopath.
I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linny and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now. Toodaloo!
So what? Are they like mad magician lawyers? Yeah, the voice actress is definitely enjoying this.
And just like that, she's gone. Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. He never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was really...
Thanks for bailing us out, Lily. Do you know what was gonna happen?
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina is?
A nonsensical
she can be a
one?
bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Yeah, confusing is a good way to put it. Is she really that reasonable?
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine, the Opera House.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can be a little blurred. And speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House anyway.
I would be delighted.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first.
Is there any way I can help?
You really mean it? Then I'll take you up on your offer. This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
Okay.
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
I guess we'll find
About
out.
that. You asked me before about the prophecy, right? Let me start by telling you a little more about what it entails. I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
That sounds pretty pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? Why bother feeling guilty all the time?
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
That's a good point, pikatwig. If they angered Celestia, Fontaine wouldn't be a fucking thing. We see that very clearly with khaenri'ah. But now the water is engulfing our memories. Won't be long before it engulfs us.
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now lie beneath the sea.
Alright, I forgot. I took off autoplay.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death. We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them. As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy when people are moving their belongings.
Oh, Hyman gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But this is more than a bit of rain.
If the prophecy is true, then is there no way to prevent the disaster?
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. But who knows? We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things. Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
Got it.
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier. Oh, a magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. I guess it's better to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Thanks. Please, also thank the magician on my behalf when you get the chance.
Okay.
What's this? So you also believe in the prophecy. Keep it. I won't have any use for it.
What? You mean you don't believe in the prophecy?
No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in another story. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one with the ocean and couldn't live apart from it. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people set foot on land. So, if you ask me, when the water rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before. But people can't live underwater. They'll die. You should probably still take it.
Please?
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water doesn't necessarily mean death.
Okay, the last one was across the way? Hello, Captain.
Huh? I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the water can cover everything. Life is all about living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future all the time? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
You should still take it. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that if I start moving, that means I've already given up on the life I have now. I'd really rather not.
Okay.
Oh, you already handed out all of the magic pockets?
Yep.
That was fast. So, what did people have to say? I bet you heard some, interesting opinions.
No kidding. Many are quite stubborn.
Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more materials.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like and we'll help. Many hands make light work.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor.
Surprise! It seems we have to use Hydro to collect Romaritime flowers.
If only we had a Hydro Traveler! Seriously, where the hell is the stupid... Whatever, I'll just bring out a fucking Hydro unit, I guess. Traveler, until we can get you to resonate with something, you're gonna be a Barbara.
Quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
No way. I'm in power-saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the Opera House.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to the court of Fontaine.
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's largest city and
They're the same thing, aren't they?
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong with her? Paimon didn't notice anything.
She's obviously a thief. Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements carefully.
Impressive.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up.
Why do you care?
You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run.
Understood.
All right, let's go.
Let's get me closer to the Statue of the Seven. I want Hydro Traveler. Wait, what? Did she just turn that card into a cup of tea? Okay. Finally, it can resonate with the damn statue. Alright, let's see what Hydro Traveler's got.
There's still a long road ahead.
Did light just start flooding from the Statue of the Seven just now? That's so weird. Did anything like this ever happen before? It's normal for a Statue of the Seven to glow. Dwayne, you didn't feel uncomfortable at all? Huh? The water is speaking inside me. Now I feel like I'm using gills to breathe. Good for you! First try growing a pair of gills at Show Paimon. Seems like you're feeling pretty good. Paimon can't believe Paimon was actually worried about you for a moment there. But after it lit up like that, the air does feel a bit more humid. Maybe it's because of all the hydro energy that was released? Paimon heard that in Fontaine, if you can use elemental energy properly, you can even swim underwater. Maybe you can find sunken treasure. Paimon will leave diving for treasure to you. Paimon will stand on shore and wait for you. You could try doing something for once, Paimon. What? But being in the water's scary. What if Paimon accidentally gets swept up in a current? He gets all turned around and dizzy, but you won't be able to fly away no matter what. Just like before Paimon met you back in Mondstadt. Then I'll fish you out again. Really? Then maybe Paimon can try going underwater with you. You better not go back on your word. A mysterious power that flows out of the statue to imbue you with the blessing of the transoceanic source water. Your progress will remain unhindered so long as you're moving through the lakes of Fontaine. Under the protection of the translucent source water, when you expand while moving underwater is not stamina, but aquatic stamina. As such, when your aquatic stamina is expended, you will not drown. Anyway. Unleash a torrent that can cleanse the world. Press. Sends a torrent surge forward that will deal hydro damage to opponents it comes in contact with. Hold. Enter aiming mode and constantly fire off dewdrops in directions in which you are aiming, dealing hydro damage to opponents they hit. When the skills end, it will send a torrent surge forward that will deal hydro damage to opponents it comes in contact with. Suffusion. When using the hold configuration of the skill, if Traveler's HP is higher than 3%, damage dealt by dewdrops will increase based on the Traveler's max HP. Traveler loses a fixed amount of HP each second. Oh, I see now! That thing is the, light and dark thing. Permuna. And yours is Ousha. I believe Permuna is the light version, Ousha is the dark version. At certain intervals after using Torrential Surge, the skill will unleash a Spirit Breath form that pierces opponents, dealing Fuma-aligned hydro damage. Unleashes a slow-moving, floating bubble that deals continuous hydro damage to nearby opponents. After the dewdrop fired by hold mode hits an opponent, the source water droplet will be generated near the Traveler. The Traveler picks it up, they will restore 7% HP. One droplet can be created this way every second, and each uses the 4 droplets at most. If HP has been consumed via suffusion while using the hold mode, a quick saver, the torrent surge at the skill's end will deal bonus damage equal to 45% of total HP. Shadow's confused. This is not sufficient. Maximum damage that can be granted by this way is 5,000. So not Paimon. The Traveler should be an HP hydro damage set. I don't think I have a lot of, Heart of Death artifacts, though. Let's see. HP percent, energy, and crit rate. Those are pretty good for this one. This one is meh, and this one is just bad. Wait, why does Kale have a Heart of Depth set? The fuck? Whatever. Attack percent, HP and depression, HP percent, crit rate, and other percents. It's actually a really good one for the Traveler. This one's decent too. This one would be great if it didn't have only 3 stats in it. This one is okay at best. I'll probably just keep Travel with his physical set, but there is good reason to give him a new set if I ever feel like it. There is a, Hydro Oculi up here, isn't there? Oh no, how am I gonna do this? I'm not sure how I'm going to get over this. Nope. I was hoping I could land there. I cannot. Can I just walk up here? Okay. Let's read the chat while I climb this. A fun fact about the two travelers. While their skills are the same, their attack animations are different. For both Windblade and Starfell Sword, if we use both the hand to use them, while Lumine loses one hand to use them. Yes, I'm aware of this. You'll also notice that when Lumine makes the Earth Tremor with her Geo ult, she kicks the ground while Aether punches it. Their tornadoes are different too. I just don't remember what the difference is. Lumine is more elegant in her movements, and Aether is more aggressive. I don't see the oculi. I hate bad vision so much, man. I'm over the oculi now, or so it claims. But I don't see anything. There it is. No! What are you? Hello there, dear passenger. Is there anything I could do for you? Oh, right. It's time to go already, isn't it? No, I didn't mean that. No! Goodbye. I forgot to check see if I could up my moves. I mean, I probably can't, but I probably should have checked anyway.
Oh, look! Isn't that her?
Get ready to stop her.
Oh no! Did she notice us? She started running the other direction! What should we do? Should we chase her?
Our job is to block this path. The rest is up to Lenny.
You're right. She might also be trying to lure us away.
You wait, but there's no sign of the thief.
Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Lenny caught the thief.
Seems there's no reason for us to stay here. Let's go find Lenny.
Let's go.
Alright, I already know the answer, but let's see if we can do any upping of these. As I thought. Also, what's this? Alright, this event is now open to me. I'm probably gonna do this event off camera.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I didn't notice a thing earlier. Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks again.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
I saw the general direction she went, but Lenny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Oh, did you get hurt, Lenny?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
You're right, you're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief! Guess things turned out alright in the end, though. Lenny's initiative paid off!
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the court of Fontaine now.
It's too bad I made the boat leave. Oh, cool, the boat's back. Oh, also, Pikatwig wants me to get rid of this mail. Thank you, Farazan. Alright, something I wanted to check actually.
Go!
A 10-second cooldown? I guess I could work with that. So, is 10 seconds good for a Hydro DPS?
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around! People in Fontaine really know how to use water!
This is an aquabus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
So you mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much. Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Whatever.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
Yanfei? No, that's not Yanfei. That's the reporter. Hi, Charlotte.
Huh?
What? Traveler! Paimon!
Now, had I not seen her in the past events, presumably we get another cutscene right now. It's
I never
Charlotte.
guessed I'd bump into you while riding the aquabus. In the story of my life, this is big news. What are you doing in Fontaine? I didn't hear anything about you paying us a visit.
Yeah, it's quite the coincidence. But as travelers, we're always on the move. It's not surprising that nobody knew we were coming. Though we still have no idea how the Hydro Archon knew about us. Oh, let Paimon introduce you to our new friends.
Oh, no need for introductions, Paimon. I would recognize the great magician Linny and his assistant Lynette anywhere. I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who they were. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Oh, I just realized what that thing on her neck is. Back before, I thought it was a Hydro Vision, which it obviously isn't. I think it's a camera lens. I think she has a camera on her neck.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Now that everyone knows each other, Fontaine suddenly doesn't feel like such an unfamiliar place. So, what have you been up to lately, Charlotte? Any big news?
Not too much. When there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You could still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days.
That would definitely get my attention, but that's not really the kind of news you're after.
You're right. Seems you know me pretty well. What I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases, actually.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's right.
These stories are the talk of the town right now, and if I'm the
Whoops.
first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird, oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found?
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago. And ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've all vanished without a trace. But the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found. Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen.
Then there must be more than one criminal at work. Maybe they're a copycat criminal.
Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Please don't imagine that, Lenny.
You continue talking on the aqua bus, and before you know it, you're arriving at your destination. And yes, I agree, Pikatwig. I'm sure Aether must feel very weird watching siblings while looking for his own.
Hey, we're almost there, look!
Also, is no one gonna react to the weird thing driving the aqua bus? Guess not.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly.
Ah, I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Okay, Hyman hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya!
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
What a tough job. Always running around and interviewing everyone. Well, where should we go now?
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
Oh, we just teleport to his house?
This is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
Lenny seems to have quite the big family, and what a talented family.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me?
It's alright, go ahead. Is that a cryovision on his side there?
Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
And it's raining again. Hey look, it's the little chibi. I want her.
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's weather sure is weird.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
Why do I feel like their Archon is causing this rain?
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain.
Oh, it went to Liyue and we kicked its ass.
When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Could that Hydro Dragon be the elemental dragon of Fontaine?
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Femmernet is voiced by the same person who voiced the main protagonist of Neo, The World Ends With You. I still have to get around to playing that game. I already beat The World Ends With You, but not the newer version. Oh, and the name of the region is literally French for fountain. Honestly, that fact does not surprise me.
Sorry. It might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers.
After some time, the rain stops.
It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Aranius. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
Sounds good. You go ahead, Lenny.
Oh, are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it? Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there?
I don't know my way around the place, dude.
I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted, and the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little afraid of her.
No trouble at all. Don't worry, we're on the case.
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
Oh, no need, no need. This will be a walk in the park for us.
I got this. I stabbed him. No.
Hello? Is there anyone here?
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
Oh no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are. They're for making... what were they called again?
Alright, full disclosure, I actually wouldn't mind getting your number.
Ah, these must be for magic pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders worth now.
So we need to pay?
No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Whoa. So, is Linny actually loaded?
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
Hey! Is this machine what you use to make stuff here? It looks really advanced.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology, and wasting is a kind of crime.
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
Ah, well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it in layman's terms for you. But basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
What?
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself, but basically, when a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
I hate that name so much. Also, I'm gonna leave it on a screen for a hot second so that pikatwig could look at it if he so chooses. Since he knows French and probably knows what that monstrosity of a set of words means. 5, 4, 3, 2. Alright, I think it's enough time.
So that's what its other function is? I've heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments.
Oh, we have another fun fact. A small fact, the siblings were the first characters from Fontaine to be revealed. Feminette is in the Overture trailer, and the magical duel in the Tevat storyline trailer.
But Heimat still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines?
Well, Venti and Nahida both said the gods rely on belief to obtain power.
Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
Hello, Trond.
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to khaenri'ah of khaenri'ah by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no, 70%.
Huh? You...
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
You're right. Sounds like the usual case someone owes someone else money.
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first? If khaenri'ah of khaenri'ah wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
Hi, child.
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. You're hounding me now.
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
What's up, child? Wanna get your ass kicked again?
We're surprised to see you too. What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
We sure seem to run into a lot of friends today. Fontaine really is a curious place. Why are you calling him a friend? We fought to the death!
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring.
Ooh, we got a translation. Alright, so this machine's name that I hate with every fiber of my being is called the Mechanical She-Orator of Cardinal Analysis. Damn, talk about your fucking mouthfuls.
But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Traveler?
I think we've weathered enough storms for now.
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends? Listen to me, boy. If you want your mora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
You've made a horrible decision.
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys, let's see who has to pay up now!
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients, you're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
Alright. Go ahead, they're all yours.
I'm sure this won't take long.
I got to play as child? Yeah, I do.
Who's next? You can run, but you can't hide.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it? Huh?
Now's my chance!
The Hydrovision stopped?
Huh. That was weird.
So the gods can just revoke their powers? What just happened? Are you feeling alright?
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Or staying in Azuma, he got stuck there in some previous events, if I remember correctly. I don't know if that guy was incredibly brave or incredibly stupid.
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
You'd better not use your delusion too often.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? I don't see its work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility.
So about this power, do you have any ideas where it came from?
I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss. It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk.
So I know this isn't going to be the case, but how interesting would it be if he actually has, like, the dark version of the little sin power that we have here, and he got it in the Abyss, and this is the storyline reasons to why next time Child's released, he'll just have the Abyss thing with him? Just a thought. A dumb thought, probably, but a thought.
She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that, but my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss.
So one line of the Raiden Shogun claims that the Archons don't hand out divisions. So the Hydro Archon lacks anything to do with the division going haywire. Ah, okay then. I forgot about that line, honestly. Then again, I don't own the Raiden Shogun, so of course I'd forget about that line.
In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers.
So I was just constantly having a conference about how we fought each other.
It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
Also, what do you mean fought us? Paimon, you didn't do shit.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon.
It's very possible that the power inside you is connected to your incident in the Abyss.
So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Official champion duelist? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep. In Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist. The champion duelists are all powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine. Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorinde, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before.
When we met the Hydro Archon.
Huh.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
What the fuck?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Death flag!
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk around and see the city before Lenny's performance.
Under Paimon's Vizak leadership, you walk around the court of Fontaine.
Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along!
Hey, don't blur it out, Paimon. It's rude to spoil the mystery for everyone else.
Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing!
Now, if I see the day, Paimon would enjoy reading.
The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon thinks this style of novels are more, well, novel. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too.
You already spoiled who the murderer is.
Oh, sorry about that. Paimon will be more careful next time. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Lenny's performance soon? It's almost time for the show to start, so we should get going.
I wonder whose fault that is!
Lenny said that the Opera House is on their yes, so let's go ride the Aquabus!
Step on up!
Interesting. They'll flash with light or darkness, depending on their elements. When swapping in, look. Lights. Nothing. Darkness. The characters that don't have either of them have the variation of the lights, but theirs isn't like sharp lights. Theirs are little circles, but we get little dagger-like lights. And she gets little dagger-like darknesses. Elephine. How do you do? One does the immediately. Okay.
Welcome to the Navia line. I am Elfan. The boat will be departing imminently. Please do not stick your head, hands, or other body parts outside the boat. The Aquabus operator is not responsible for any accidents or injuries resulting from doing so.
I'm curious
Also,
now.
please remember to buy the Steambird, though I don't read it myself.
I deserve that.
Step on up!
I wanted to see if it would run me over.
Over here!
Nope. I wanted to see if the boat would run me over. Now I'm just gonna chase it for a while.
Surprise!
Oh, her ribbon like glows while she's doing her little dash. That's cool. Thanks for the ride. I blame you for nothing. There seems to be a harvest marat nearby. The fuck is that? What's a harvestable marata? Oh, wait. Is that the fruit? I don't know. Wait, what? What is this? What am I looking at? Oh, right! It probably has to do with her... No, it doesn't have to do with her skill. What's going on here? Okay. Hey, guys.
Dumpy Dumpy go! Boy, that really hurt!
Okay. Where's the last Marauder? There's one last Marauder near here. And I'll seem to get something if I grab it. Oh, there it is. You've completed the quest to harvest something. So what am I harvesting? Is it down here? What am I harvesting? I don't understand what just happened. Oh wait, there is something up there. What is that? It's just a bush. I wish I knew what this mark on the map is. Marauder Rich Area, Quarter Fontaine, Region Fontaine. A hill where a large group of Marauder grew, located in the foothills north of Marauder Station. So just areas where we can correct Marauder? What are Marauder? What do they do? Are they the thing I use to level up? No, they aren't. So what are Marauders? I'm guessing I'll learn more about Marauders and what they do later. I'm sorry for getting distracted, y'all. Water volume detector crystals. These magical constructs seem to have originally been designed to test the dampness of its surrounding, but it seems that it can only detect its own dampness and react accordingly. If it is continuously affected by hydro, maybe something nice and unexpected might occur.
Surprise!
Why do I have quests to collect these items? When did I even get that quest?
Whoa! Now this is fancy! The Opera Epiclese. What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
Vache.
Eh? Huh?
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
Is Vache a name or another French word? Did you say something, Paimon?
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
Strange. Whose voice was that just now?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Lynette! You scared Paimon! When did you get here?
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
By the way, Lynette, I seem to hear a faint voice just
What
now.
do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
It seemed as if the voice was coming from the fountain.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you? Besides, it's the middle of the day. It's not the time for eerie things.
God damn it, Paimon.
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
It's because of his sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Just answer me. When do you cry?
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
Oh, that's an interesting explanation. Not sure if I buy it though.
So, what did the voice say?
It seemed to be calling out someone's name.
Huh. If you were hearing their emotions, then Paimon wonders what happened to them.
Oh shit, I got an answer from pikatwig. It's a last name, at least. It traces to people who herded cattle. Huh, okay.
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Linny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
Oh, right. That makes sense. Let's go in and see Linny.
Wait, what? Oh, you're the bus driver. Hello, dear human. I was just considering a problem a moment ago, so I almost didn't notice you. Could I ask what you were considering? Of course you can. I was wondering how humanity came about. We Melusans were born of Elienos, so I've often been wondering, how did the first human in this world come to be? Were they born from flesh and blood like we were? Or were they created in some other way? I'm not from Tevat, so... Oh, is that so? Never mind, it's just one of those thoughts that cross my mind, you know? There are so many things in this world that we Melusians are unable to understand. I'm used to it. Still, thank you. Please take this small souvenir. Masterpiece Overture. They called it a small portable tool, but I don't see it here. It kind of looked like a sword. It's clearly not a sword, though. Yeah, I have no clue what that was. Guess I'll find out later. Are you the one I just spoke to? Take a guess. Will Monsieur Nouviette preside over the next trial? Will Lady Farina make an appearance? Tell me about Nouviette. Right, so he's our Chief Justice, and the one who brought us Melusians to the court of Fontaine to live. He's always very busy with work. He'll preside over some cases. Subordinate in the Mason or Dale handle the rest. But no matter how busy he is, he will still greet us when he sees us, as he's done for several hundred years now.
Traveler and Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment. I'll fetch the tickets.
So, how's life?
The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Ooh, front row seats! Thanks, Lenny!
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Lenny.
Over here.
Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down.
Paimon, you're just floating there. Hello, stranger. How you doing?
Traveler, maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still, it's kinda awkward awkward if we don't say anything.
Isn't that usually your job?
You little... Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down. Wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So let's talk, but, what should we talk about?
This is getting even more awkward.
Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
Sup?
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Teyvat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
About to be interrupted.
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be...
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is.
Oh, we have more fun facts from pikatwig. Well, other than this, I don't care about speculations. Looked up the VA for Farina. Her first major role was actually the abridged version of Android 18. Not surprising. A lot of voice actors get their start on YouTube, so... yeah. And now for this guy. He's voiced by Ray Chase. He's actually made a request to re-record everything he voiced for the character, after he got a realization about his character. Huh.
Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Then why is he in the audience?
Ooh, sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
So you'd be rude if he was less important? You're a dick, Paimon.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
Hi, God. I hate you.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
Clearly.
All right. Please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show is finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before!
Neither have I. Not for lack of trying, mind you. I've been in a magic show. I'm just visually impaired. The crowds enter the venue and shit happens.
Ooh, they're dimming the lights. The show must be starting!
Nouvelette's voice actor is also Noctis from Final Fantasy 15 and Roy from Fire Emblem.
Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Woo, Lynette! Yeah!
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Magic. What a show. No wonder he's a famous
If you
magician.
could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes, and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey,
There's probably a
do you think
path
this is all
connecting the
magic
boxes.
tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
I'm sure we can spot how he does it.
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate.
It's gonna be us.
Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations!
Oh, I thought it
You
would be
now have
us.
the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meropide.
The what?
Okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
With this whole crowd counting together, you couldn't even if you wanted to.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
$54, $53, $52? Huh? Why aren't you counting, Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
Oh, alright. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something. 40,
39, 38.
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, midair right above the audience.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all.
I think it's all part of the show. Maybe he's just supremely confident in his abilities. What?
What was that noise? Did you hear it too?
Did it come from the stage? Maybe it's just to divert our attention?
Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
25! 24! 23!
What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19! 18! 17!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's alright. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10!
Almost there now.
8!
Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5!
4, 3,
Whoops!
2,
That doesn't count!
1.
0!
Ta-da!
She isn't there. What the fuck? I knew a twist was coming. That was not the one I expected.
What happened?
So I knew something sussy was gonna happen. I just thought she disappeared to match up the other disappearances. But no, we get 2 deaths, I guess.
Is this part of the show?
I wish.
Mr. Linney, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
I guess the noise we heard was someone tampering with shit?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of Justice.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
After some time, the guards complete their investigation.
Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linney's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found.
Ah, so my guess was right. The girl did disappear.
It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
And pull it off like this, in front of an audience, including the Archon, the Chief of Justice.
I know. know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really?
No, you can't.
Using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
That can't be right. How can Lenny do this?
He didn't do shit, Paimon.
He was in the box on the stage the entire time. We could even hear his voice. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
He's a suspect at most. It's hard to believe that all this happened during the show.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linney and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
Huh? I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
Then shut the fuck up.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing. That's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Linney, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met.
I trust Linney.
Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met.
No, we didn't.
But with Linney's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
Which reminds me of the fun fact that Pikatwig stated during the show. Epiclese is actually Greek, not French. And yes, we're his defense attorney, for some reason. Honestly, the Traveler could be a good defense attorney, because we've been shown to be fairly intelligent during the Sumeru quests.
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, Traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case?
Yes, I am.
Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth.
Really? We have a fucking day? Kind of nonsense.
Linney and his troupe are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot Outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to hearing it.
Everyone is dismissed and the audience begins to leave along with Farina and Novelets.
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
No.
Good to hear. Thank you so much for trusting me. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not, and I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Yes, it's very strange, but there's no denying what happens.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
I hate you. Where'd you get those glasses?
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh? Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
I won't let you down.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Oh, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
Do you want to avoid jail?
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it. We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
We're Linny and Lynette's attorneys.
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it.
But why was Cowl inside? Wasn't the girl supposed to be in there?
This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each other for a little while.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence.
But that's not always true. People can also be the most reliable kind of evidence.
Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
You can use the case record to confirm your current evidence and clue collection situation and sort case-related information. You can check as yet undiscovered evidence and clues in the case record, then investigate the corresponding area to locate them. Use the perception skill to find evidence and clues that can be investigated in a survey radius. Will advance your overall progress. Guards investigation report. The investigation from the guards indicates that the fireworks launched at the tail end of the magic performance set the rope dangling in the water tank alight, causing the tank to fall and kill Cowell, who was within it. It seems evident that Lenny is the likeliest user of the prop to commit a crime. However, the reaction from the victim being Cowell and the reason for chosen Lee's disappearance remains mysterious. The deceased's identity. The deceased is one of Lenny's assistants named Cowell. He was well trusted by all his colleagues. His job was setting up and inspecting props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. This is where the magic box was struck. If Cowell wasn't inside the box at the moment, he might have dodged the falling water tank. The broken magic bottle left in the scene after the guards completed their investigation. Looking at it now, the water tank must have struck it really hard.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Lenny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Lenny reserved our seats for us, too.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Lenny.
Thanks. Sorry to bother you.
Even though it's bad for Lenny's case, Paimon had better write it down.
Random number selector. This device was used during Lenny's magic performance to choose a lucky number of the audience. However, the guards have found that it will generate the exact same number no matter what. Clearly, someone has tampered with it.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall. The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks?
So either Lenny didn't realize this was a safety concern, or...
Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler?
I'm just looking where the rope snaps.
Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material! Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left.
It seems to be flammable, like a type of cotton.
Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means... Wait! Why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes!
Special rope. This rope was used to suspend the water tank. It suddenly broke when the fireworks were being launched and staged. The investigators showed the location where the rope snapped was made of flammable material.
Hello there! What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the magic troupe members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
Could you tell us who she is?
Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The magic troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connection. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects.
Oh, interesting. We can look through these during conversations. Interesting.
Simply put, she wasn't related to the magic troupe at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
Thanks for letting us know all this.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us. It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
Information about missing lady's identity. Hazley is the missing person. She's a famous painter who came to watch the magic show in order to take a break from her own creative work. She isn't known to have entertained any quarrels with any of the members of Linny's magic troupe. Looks like an ordinary box, but Winnie somehow moved instantly from the stage to being inside of it. How did he do it?
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, all right?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath. so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank, or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing.
Then wouldn't the water tank have started to swing at that case?
Oh, that's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that sound?
Strange sound during the magic set. During the switching performance, there was an audible thump that many audience members heard.
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but that's alright.
Oh, we're allowed to leave? Okay.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
And we should care why?
You mean us? That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Well, you're right on the moor about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula?
No.
From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president.
Okay. So what do you want?
Those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Melus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand.
So you want to investigate as well?
That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too! That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition.
Okay.
Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her.
Well, when you put it like that.
All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well?
Not always.
And why would that be?
Doing so makes it easier for the truth to fall to the wayside.
See, Silver and Malus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I too think that the Traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Malus. Anyway, I like your answer. You pass with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant, sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
Oh, alright, fair. Welcome to the team.
That's more like it.
I think you're missing the point, Paimon. Seems you already agreed, then.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In the...
Whoops.
You have a point. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I like his hair.
I have nothing to add.
Oh, alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Lenny's tricks. Thanks!
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of looking forward to summoning this girl.
Speaking of that, I think magic shows would be very popular in Poisson.
I can see that. Maybe I should try to learn some magic. If I could make things disappear, cleaning my room would be a cinch.
You need not worry about such things, demoiselle. That falls under my duties.
Oh, right.
Hey, kitty cats.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on.
What about during the show?
I doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post. And I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This will be useful info.
Entrances and exits of the Opera House. No one left the Opera House during the magic show, and after the incident happened, only those who had their identities cleared by the guards could leave.
We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Lenny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we?
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived.
Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and will be helping investigate this whole situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back door isn't the same.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get?
Wait, does that mean there's another box inside this one?
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew it, and this passageway linked the two boxes together.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Then what about your side of the trick?
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
She was letting in the box.
Mezzanine space in the back of the box.
I knew it.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
Yes, I knew it!
We are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow, every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
I can tell a lot of thought was put into this.
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
The magic trick. Linny gave a detailed account of how the trick was supposed to work. By using a box side of box, the idea is for the box containing the audience member to be transported across via a tunnel underneath, and Linny himself would also use this tunnel to get to the other side. Meanwhile, having changed her outfits, Lynette and her assistant would take charge of the onstage interaction. Onstage magic box structure. The magic box on stage has an additional layer to its rear, in which Lynette, in Linny's clothes, remained hidden. She would appear at the end of the magic trick to lead people to believe that Linny had been able to instantly move the box to the other side. Audience side magic box structure. The magic box at the central of the audience stands has two layers. The beneath it is an entrance in the underground tunnel. This is how the lucky audience member was meant to have been transported without the audience noticing. This should be the control device for the trolley. Seems to be able to operate automatically.
Huh. What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Lindy didn't mention this earlier.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
Dropped hook rope. A rope that has fallen to the ground, a metal hook has been tied to one end of the rope. Its use is unclear. A ladder is required in order to return to the magic box above. Yeah, I looked at that already. Okay.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Maybe it was for a trick?
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear. And here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
Broken flower vase. There are many pieces of broken flower vase on one side of the tunnel. All the water within has been spilled, and judging from the distance, it seems unlikely that it was knocked over by the trolley meant to transport the magic box. Wasn't it implied that Linny did that?
clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Lenny didn't mention the guests having a wardrobe change.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them? Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
The young lady's clothes. The clothing belonged to Halsey, the lady who went missing, were found in a tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown. All kinds of props and costumes are haphazardly stuffed inside. I did the track already, right? I think I did.
What is this place?
Looks like a vent.
It seems someone could fit you here.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
But there are no other ways in or out of here.
I've recommend those that go for the magic box. I'm really not into 2 magic boxes.
Oh, you're right. Let Paimon write that down.
Tunnel vent. The tunnel vent looks like it could allow one person passage barely, but leaving aloft the missing lady seems like an unrealistic prospect. Trolley is crucial for transferring magic box to the outside. Company sees this to execute a plan. I'm sorry, Paimon. I didn't mean to ignore your statements.
Let's head back up. Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. It seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
It would seem so.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides.
Sorry, y'all. The Oratrice will too?
That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. Not that this has ever happened anyway.
Fascinating.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? I thought Neverlet called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment, which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Ah, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Huh? Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa, there's no need for that. Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
Now's not the time to be picky.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all.
Paimon.
Just kidding, just kidding. Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Huh? Here? But how?
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
What are we doing? What?
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Apparently?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the Demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
What the fuck?
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
These three are quite the interesting group.
Must be a Spinderosa thing. How do you have eggs on you? None of them Fausley handles the agreements and pulls. Okay. What the fuck?
Smelled good while it was still in the oven. Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling.
No. She did not just make all of that. I refuse to believe it.
From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process.
Oh, hey, look. They have their own cups of tea, too. But they don't have any snacks for some reason.
But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself. Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything.
I was applauding.
You did a nice job, my man.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
That's not quite what Paimon meant, but okay.
Paimon was just thinking. Aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty, beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks. Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite, strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit.
Thank you, but why don't you take a break as well?
No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
So, apart from the twins, we're left with 2 other people, the missing girl and the deceased.
The flower vase and the thug thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
There's no evidence that this third person even exists.
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowell.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
But she had no way of knowing how the magic trick worked.
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the magic troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest!
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
It's fine. Everyone knows how much you love eating.
Wait. Even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal.
Or is the person that is at blame here also in here?
Balloose, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Oh, there's really no need to do that.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think the case over again. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
Alright, thanks for your help, and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Maloose, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Probability of third person being involved. Neither Calvo nor Horsley had a motive, but after having talked to the Via, the likelihood of a third person being involved seems very low too.
Alright, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
I kind of want to keep Klee, but if we're gonna do this, I guess I have no choice but to switch to the most fitting character.
I charge a higher rate to meet outside the office.
I'm not gonna lie, I liked our witch more than our lawyer. And no, I'm not reviewing anything. I'm too tired to review shit. I need to get this done before I fall asleep on myself again. Oh my god, it's 4 AM. This has been going on for more than 4 fucking hours. I do have some thoughts. Let's take things step by step.
Plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
The lawyers are ready.
Finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed.
You seem too happy. Chill, child.
That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Just you wait.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Linney clearly reveals the details of the magic. Everyone in the audience is stunned.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Wait, you... Oh, right, he wasn't aware of the thud.
Hang on! Something's not right here.
How could Linney not know about that
I'm
sound?
sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
They probably represent the oratrice that stands the trial.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The what?
The House of the Hearth?
They're Fatui? Wait, what?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted?
The fuck?
Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy. Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny, why didn't you tell us this before?
Linny and Lynette are
Order!
Fatui.
Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
There's no doubt about a magician's ability to con others. Given how Lenny has concealed his identity, this could all have been set up beforehand. Plus, Child is here in Fontaine along with the other house operatives. There must be some scheme at work here. I've been a victim of such schemes before, and now...
Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Permission to speak, Your Honor.
Granted.
My client has withheld some key information.
In that case, what is your request?
I request a brief adjournment. There are things that must be
Is
discussed.
that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Obnoxious brat. While court's adjourned, you meet with Linny and Lynette backstage in the Opera House.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad.
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
But how can we know this isn't just another lie?
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but...
Explain the other issue first. Where do you actually go while a trip was being performed?
Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now!
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
And what did you find?
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
But why did you want to understand how the Oratrice operates?
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But, like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
I believe in the facts. I will defend you from these charges.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense.
Actually, we have the evidence we need.
Huh?
The adjournment is almost over. Let's go back.
Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Lenny's statement. Lenny claims that he entered the chamber containing the Oratrice's core upon entering the tunnel, and did not witness the crime taking place, and thus did not hear the FUD. The voice in the Oratrice's core chamber. Lenny claims to have heard a mysterious voice from the chamber of the house's, the Oratrice's core, from the Opera's house underground structures.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
Ugh, that took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Based on the opposition's account of events, you can identify loopholes in their statements. Use evidence and clues obtained during the investigation to refute any erroneous assertions of fact and replace them with new references. Use your refutations to convince the audience and obtain more support from the people. The audience will display such shifts clearly. When you find and refute all incorrect content, you can complete the cycle of refutation and unveil the truth.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed. So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events, what Linny experienced, and what he saw. Seems this won't produce a See.
Alright, let's focus on this. Has these fights. Going in the tunnel. Okay, was Linny in the tunnel? No, he was in the thing.
Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Refuting the sound. Don't know. This has a hint too. Kyle walked in on Linny, so the latter knocked him out. The existing evidence indicates when Linny's return to the tunnel had already taken place, and what Linny saw was the dress.
Linny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath. Seems...
Then it has to be the first one.
Seems this way.
Oh. I guess they don't all have refutal points? Alright, so that means this has to be the other one that gets refuted at.
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say! When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent.
So I'd like to explain why I did such a bad job and took so long to do this. I thought the point was that we had to prove the refutations, not simply state them. Because currently, all we did was state them. Everything is currently just our word versus theirs, which is why I was so confused as to what I needed to place in each spot. But I guess all I do is verbally refute them, even if there's no specific evidence proving my side. Eh.
Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that! Wasn't it awesome?
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
Moreover, I believe my opposition's reasoning is flawed.
My reasoning?
The on-stage equipment was clearly tampered with in a predetermined fashion. However, you say that Cowell bumped into Linny by chance.
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, whom was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell them! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around.
Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims?
Do you happen to remember how you refuted Linny's alibi initially?
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't.
Your claim has now become my weapon. Which is the evidence that Linny wasn't in the tunnel when the crime took place? I love how it outright tells me what's relevant and what's irrelevant. So my options are missing Liddy's identity, strange sound, and entrances and exits to the opera house. Evidence that he wasn't in the tunnel when it took place. Not hearing the sounds?
That's right! Lenny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Lenny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
Well played.
To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
That's not our job. The murderer was... What? Select the gear icons in the interface to check the corresponding case questions. Select answers and fill all the empty gears to verify the corrections of your deduction. If you have made mistakes, you must make another selection from the remaining options. Once you've answered all the questions correctly, you can complete this logic chain. The guard's investigation report indicates that the fireworks released near the end of the show ignited and burned through the rope suspending the water tank above the stage. This caused the water tank to fall and kill Cowell in the box below. How the culprit triggered the onstage accident is the question. If Lenny is no longer under suspicion, only other members of the troupe that would have been able to tamper with the props. Lenny gave a detailed account of how the trick was supposed to work. By using a box inside a box, ideas where the box contained an audience member be transported across via a tunnel underneath, and Lenny himself would also use this tunnel to get to the other side. Having changed her outfit, Lynette and her assistant could charge of onstage interactions. The clothes belonged to Hazley, the lady who went missing, were found in the tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown. Select any clear detail. Who was the only person that could possibly have committed the crime? That's the woman that got killed. I don't remember who that is. What is this? View information.
Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility? Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along?
She had no reason to want to fuck them over.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
So, Lenny or the third person? Third person.
Could there have been a third person?
Hypothesis incorrect. So
the
him?
deceased's name is Cowell.
Okay, Cowell's the correct one.
That can't be right. Are you serious?
My main confusion is why would he put himself in the box to be killed?
The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How interesting! Let's hear your reasoning then.
So a heads up to the people watching my stream right now, and by the people watching my stream, I mean pikatwig. My phone's about to die. So I might not be able to see your messages for a bit. Wait, never mind. I just remembered my charger can reach here. Ignore me. I am a fool. Alright. Let's see your reasoning, man.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
How can we envisage Linny as having to been unable to interfere with the crime? Because she was dressed as Lynette, as her brother, right? Wait, no, Linny's him.
No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well.
I'm not sure. Who's this prime suspect currently? Well, that's obviously him.
The deceased's name is Cowell. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
How can I prove there was an altercation in the tunnel?
The sound we heard may have come from a clash between them. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
Where did the missing Halsey go?
No one entered or left the Opera House. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so the... Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave... It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well.
None of these really answer that question.
The sound we heard may have come... No one entered or left the Opera House. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment.
Where'd the missing Halsey go is the last one.
No one entered or left...
That's not it.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent.
Oh, yeah, it can't be in the... What? What? Okay. Well, I guess it's the dress then. What? I don't understand. Crow must have understood the methods behind Linny's magic trick. He must have been in a position to easily modify the equipment. Leaving aside how he died, Cowell had all the means to commit the crime at his disposal. The strange noise could likely have been the sound Cowell and Halsey struggling. Linny was not in the tunnel for 1 minute. This would have been given time for Cowell to bring Halsey out the magic box and the audience stands. But according to guard's testimony, no one entered or left the operation house. So even if he had taken her, there would be no means of exiting. Exiting from the box would have been in full view of the audience, pretty much guaranteeing they would be discovered.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
Where in the world did Halsey go?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Magic, escaping the water tank. Wait, could it have been the water?
Oh, destruction, dear opponents. But do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Hold on a second.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
Well, ignoring the fact that I really want you to meet Mona, I request that we examine Cowell's personal affects. We might find something there.
Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about two completely different things.
Even so, I trust the traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased Cowell.
After some time, the guard returns with news.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl, Just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
Water from the primordial sea. The liquid guards found in Cowell's luggage. It seems that ability to dissolve Fontainians into water. Who is the prime suspect currently? Still him.
The deceased's name is Cowell. Linney's...
What item did the culprit use to control the timing of the dissolution?
The water from the primordial sea should already have... The deceased's name is Cowell.
To hide the mechanism behind the crane would be that?
Now it seems like the hook rope.
Which would mean this would be the rope.
The rope that held the water tank up.
These two are wrong.
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this? I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism. The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
Yes! Okay. Shut up, Paimon. I'm giving you the answers.
In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial sea inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the Primordial Sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be.
Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close.
Okay.
Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the Primordial Sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization. Am I right, Mr. Linny?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here. Is this the end of the road?
Oh no. Paimon can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move.
I think we've all seen enough now, and we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view,
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout, and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Linny and Lynette, give it another go. Don't worry, Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But, as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
I don't, but I still want to see how this play out.
And voila.
Sorry for the interruption.
What, was she the accomplice?
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowl. I admit it.
Why?
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there, and I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
If they're a practiced hand at concealment, probably. Personal thief can make it work.
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
Yeah, now it's time to refute the Hydro Archon's previous reasoning.
We need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective.
Lenny entered the tunnel after beginning the countdown. Afterwards, he used the verification staff to leave the tunnel, representing this young woman. How would Halsey have reacted when the water from the primordial sea fell on her? Oh, I thought it would be her hitting him with the vase. Oh, there we go, the audible thump.
The sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lillian's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
Proof that the fight broke out is the vase.
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but it was smashed during the struggle between Lillian and Cowl.
And then the water has to be around here.
Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time. Just what one might expect of an experienced thief.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowl leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lillian back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended. She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
So I had a feeling that someone else stole them during that. I didn't realize it would be her.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
These people really are just so easily swayed. Oh, we're winning.
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
Tell her, Judge.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No. I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
If you want dignity, act like someone with dignity.
Wow. Look at that. She's like a deflated balloon now.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box, and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent. While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision. As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Let's not celebrate just yet.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dared to bring before this court?
Shut up, you fucked up yourself. It's not his fault.
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about. The...
Dies. He turned into water?
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Wait, was that a mech? However, nothing is found in the scene apart from the liquid left behind after he dissolved.
So, we're just going back now?
I guess. The problem seems to have been solved for now, and we're not needed here anymore.
That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Winnie...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end. Even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
I just didn't want anyone falsely accused.
I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
Oh, Tets.
A knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
Villains.
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
That's all in the past, though. Knave is after the Gnosis, isn't she?
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis's power when she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
I'm sorry, but I still can't completely trust you.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
I understand. Bye.
Bye, Linny.
Leave the Opera House. Oh, we don't need Ace Attorney Yonfe anymore. Bring back the Klee.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too?
Like, I'm sorry, Navia.
Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
I was only trying to defend Lenny. I wasn't necessarily looking at the serial disappearance case.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah. I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
And we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
Well, if you say so, let's go get that meal.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, count Paimon in!
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the Court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
All right then, let's have our farewell meal.
And we immediately have the Archon quest number 2 available. However, it is past 4 a.m. I'm not doing this shit.
Clee was a brave girl today. I found a really weird-looking lizard. Want me to show it to you?
No.
These bombs, so heavy.
Alright, we can do some summons. The question is, do we want to go for Lenny? Or do we want to go for Yelan? I like Lenny as a character. I despise Yelan as a character. But as far as gameplay goes, I think I prefer Yelan to Lenny. Well, first, let's use our one regular wish. Yes! I've actually wanted Kiara for a while now. That's great. Okay, I'm sorry, Lenny. I really don't even have one of these, huh? I'll have to kill a specter later. Alright, now, as much as I want to go to sleep, there's one more thing I promised. Oh wait, hold up. Hello, achievements. Will you give me enough for another poll? Complete cruise upon purpose, investigate the truth of the incident. Basically, just play the damn mission. Does that give me another poll? No, it does not. Just short, actually. Alright. Now, on to my promise to Pikatwig. Alright, the team was Ganyu. Ganyu, Electric Traveler, Barbara, and Toma.
This world is full of unsolved mysteries.
Actually, I want Barbara in that slot.
We can do this!
Just what will we come across this time?
I guess the housework can wait.
We need to go to Inazuma. I guess I'll try the hardest boss in the game. Or at least the hardest boss in the game in my opinion.
Bow before me, worm. Here's back cycle begins!
Let the show begin.
Insignificant past!
Next on the agenda.
Feeble human! Take this!
No touching.
At my command, you shall fall!
Okay, so
Come on, we can do it.
for anybody wondering what the fuck I'm doing, I never did understand how I'm supposed to do this boss. So that's why I'm being very stupid right now.
Insignificant past! Fire it up! Here! Feeble human! Don't get too close! Lightning flash!
Born of icy frost. Blaze over.
My endless cycle begins!
Next on the agenda.
Let the show begin.
Access denied.
Churn!
Next on the agenda.
Insignificant past!
Next on the agenda. No touching.
At my command, you shall fall! Fire it up! Here, feeble human!
Next on the agenda.
For Rex Lepis. Help protect us.
Insignificant past!
Let's dance.
Access denied.
My endless cycle begins!
Fix this.
Don't get too close! Insignificant past!
Born of ice and frost. We're way behind schedule.
Churn! Check this out! I got you covered! Take this!
Ow. Okay, this part confuses me less than the others do.
I am the all-knowing God. Burn to oblivion. Here. Kneel.
Did it hit him? Yeah, looks like it hit him.
Next time.
Reality is pain.
We're way behind schedule.
Bitch!
Good riddance. Cruel world.
We're a little low on energy. Access denied. I'll protect us. Next on the agenda.
Possible.
This is long overdue.
Lightning flash! Don't get too close. Here's back. Bellowing thunder.
No touching. Let's dance. We're way behind schedule.
Reality is pain.
Next on the agenda. I'm just way out of practice.
Now, your eyes have been opened.
Ready, set, go!
Oblivion! Kneel! I was destined for more.
Sorry for that being so slow and tedious. I've never been great at that boss battle. But I did it in the end. As promised! Ugh. Alright then. With that, I think I'm done with this for today, so... Hope you guys enjoyed this stream of Genshin Impact as much as I enjoyed making it for you all. If you enjoyed and feel I deserve it, you can check out the rest of my content at youtube.com/kingd353. When I'm not re-uploading streams, I'm uploading episodes of Persona 5 Royal, Fire Emblem Free Hopes, and other random videos. Also, if you feel I deserve it, you can go to me at buymeacoffee.com/KingD353. Every donation is appreciated. For little to dollar, trouble us, subscribe to chat, play video games, share memes, and have ourselves a grand old time. Like, comment, subscribe, and follow, and I'll see all you beautiful people later. Deuces. Twitch.